All right. Yeah.
What defines a man? Culture's narrative or God's design? Every Thursday night from 8 to 9:30 p.m. Tune in to NRP Media and Radio for Man and Man Talk, hosted by Omar Tomlinson, Marlon Fraser, and Trevor Singh. Join the discussion as we tackle real issues facing men today. Topics such as the patriarchy, identity, leadership, responsibility, faith, and purpose, providing an analysis of the biblical worldview of manhood alongside the modern cultural narratives. Promising events of lively, honest discussions with special guests, and yes, listener feedback are welcome. The conversations will be real, relevant, and needed. That's Man and Man Talk, Thursdays from 8 to 9:30 p.m. only on NRP Media and Radio. Real men, real conversations.
Okay.
Yep. We are here.
Yeah. Right on time online. So let us say good evening to our listeners. Welcome to this evening's show. This is Man and Man Talk, live right here on NRP Media and Radio. And this evening, or tonight rather, we are, what do you call it now? 2 out of the 3 present tonight.
2/3.
2/3. Yeah.
Mhm.
Frey, unfortunately, could not be here tonight. We're still praying that he might be able to jump in at the
Yeah.
last moment or at some point, but
Mhm.
2 out of 3 is good enough. And
Mhm.
so us two, we will seek to navigate the waters tonight.
Mhm.
And yeah, so
Yep.
it has been a wet one today. We had some great showers down here, Montego Bay side. How things your side?
Dry, dry, dry like chip.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Man,
man, and hot.
well, we had some real serious rains on this side. Sir, part of Moby and them thing, they're supposed to under some serious water.
Mm,
um,
interesting.
yeah, man, heavy showers for quite a bit.
Oh,
Um, wow.
nice blessings.
Enough blessing, wash away. Yeah.
Thinking of to run you down. As one artist put it.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't mind if it run down, but it's a wash down and go on, right? No, or went on, by the way.
Eh,
So,
yeah.
yeah, so it has been a wet afternoon, and it all of this rain started like maybe after 4, there about no earlier after 3
Mm,
because we had some meeting in at school. Yeah, man. So
mm,
so wet has been a wet one on one side, as you're
mm,
saying it dry up your side. So in a way, tonight should be a cool night
mhm.
as it comes on to sleeping and yeah. All right. So tonight we have a big topic. Trust. Trust. What does
Mm-hmm.
it mean to me? Um, and so tonight we're looking at the idea of trust. Who do you trust in your relationship? Trust is the foundation, it is said, of intimacy, leadership, and partnership. Without it, relationships crumble. With it, they thrive. But it is said that the patriarchy is complicates trust, and I doubt it. Well, we will debate the matter. Some say it complicates it, but I think it really simplifies the matter. Um, but how they say it complicates it is that you have men who will demand it without earning it. Uh,
Mm.
some more thing that will pop up later in the debate is trust earn. Do you need to earn it? All right.
Mm.
Or women struggle to give it when authority feels heavy. So
Mm.
again, the idea kind of one-sided though,
Yep.
because you realize it leaning men demanding and they don't earn it. Women have a problem giving men because them think the authority or the leadership heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So what about the man them now not giving it because they don't have the support?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll be
Yeah, man.
asking some questions. What does trust really mean in a relationship? How is
Mm.
trust built, broken, and restored? And how does patriarchy shape the way men and women experience trust? Interesting discussion.
Yeah, man. And then building and breaking trust is I think it's what is complicating things because you you don't just trust someone from the onset. Trust has to be built. And then what tends to make relationships strain is when trust is broken and one party fails to rebuild the trust that was broken. So um there are a number of nuances that we have to pay attention to because the thing is, was there trust to begin with?
Mm,
And if trust was broken, what is being done to rebuild that trust? You know?
okay.
Yeah. And then restoring the trust. What are the steps in restoring trust after it's broken? Yeah. So
All
very
right.
interesting.
Very interesting. But as usual, before we begin, we'll say a prayer. The
Mm-hmm.
time now it is 8:41. 19 minutes to the hour of 9. And we apologize. We normally start at 8, but technical difficulties. So, but before we begin, let us just say a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, tonight we ask for wisdom. We thank you for today for your blessings, mercies. As we get into this topic, we ask for wisdom as we talk about trust. Help us to speak honestly, challenge ourselves, and encourage our listeners to build relationships rooted in faith, love, and integrity. We pray that the truth of your word will be revealed even through our discussions, and we give you thanks in all things. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Yep.
trust now. Why we don't trust you? Um,
Uh,
what does trust mean? That is what we need to get into. Define. No, very simply put, one might say trust is confidence in someone's character, um, reliability, and love. I guess that's a definition from a relationship standpoint. Um, the idea of trust. And so in relationships, trust means safety, knowing your partner will protect and not exploit your vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
What says you on that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, um, that is probably the greatest concern in relationships because, as the saying goes, trust is earned, not given freely. So persons tend to give you their trust as they get to know you, as they get to have confidence in you. So oftentimes it is seen that as you commit acts that makes persons put their trust in you. They see you as trustworthy. So for instance, let's use a workplace. Many times the new person is not seen as trustworthy. So the people treat you nice and so on, but really they don't trust you. And it takes time. That's the thing about trust. It takes time. It shouldn't have to take time because it should be done based on your actions. And many times, someone in a month may do a number of actions that show that their character is someone that's upstanding. And people in their minds, based on our perception of time, will oftentimes take way longer. So you could be committing, because trust really is based on your actions, but persons will tend to trust you as time progresses, you know? So oftentimes we'll see that, you'll be in in an intimate relationship or a work relationship, and maybe after a year, that's when somebody trusts you, you know? So that's something for us to consider. Is it our actions or the amount of actions that we do that should gain trust, or is it a specific time frame that allows us to give our trust to someone? What say
Okay.
you?
All right. Well, like I mentioned earlier before, you have a wife will trust in her husband to lead with love, and a husband trusting his wife to support his vision.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the question we're asking is, does patriarchy distort trust into blind obedience, or does it call men to earn trust through servant leadership? That's one angle. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and it's interesting though why when we talk about trust and relationship, there is the overwhelming approach of the leader having to gain or earn trust.
Earn trust. Yeah.
But I'm saying, what about the follower? The
Mm-hmm.
follower need to earn trust also, for if the leader doesn't trust the follower, will the leader share visions and goals, and will the leader consult
Mm-hmm.
to get perhaps a viewpoint or an opinion on a matter if that leader
Mm-hmm.
don't trust the
Mm-hmm.
person that is below? So in relationship, trust is not a one-sided thing. That's the first thing
Mm-hmm.
I would want to put on the table. Unfortunately, it's been sold as a one-sided thing. So the idea is we're thinking that um, the leader, and of course, since we're dealing with with relationship. The man has to earn trust.
Mm-hmm. You
But
know,
little is said about the woman
mm-hmm. But
having
all
to
right.
also earn trust.
Yes, yes. You know, all right. If we're to think about building and breaking trust, right? We have to remember that you build trust through consistency, through honesty. Well, in a relationship standpoint, I'm going to add this one through sacrifice. Because sacrifice is something that's not very common. So I should think that a man's sacrifice should I would say speed up the process of earning trust, you know, and it's often broken through betrayal, neglect, or when somebody abuses authority. But here's the thing though. I'm going to take it from an interesting angle. Shouldn't trust be given to someone based on the position they hold? Because let's say if you have a new pastor, shouldn't you trust that person to lead you, or are you going to second guess everything he says? If you start a new job, are you going to second guess everything your manager says because he's a new manager? But shouldn't you trust that this person is competent? And if you don't trust that person, doesn't that speak to your distrust of the HR committee who has hired that person? And then if you put it in a relationship, if you don't trust your husband, who, if it's a Christian woman, that Christian woman should be choosing a Christian man with certain qualities. And if she does not trust her husband, doesn't that speak to her not trusting her own judgment? Because remember,
Mm.
there was no HR committee here. She chose this man. She hired him to lead her, essentially, right? He proposed and he said, I will protect and provide for you. And in exchange, you put your trust in me to lead you as the spiritual leader and as the leader of this family. Now, if she doesn't trust this person, it speaks to her judgment, her not trusting her own judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Very serious, you know. So it's like, you know that thing where they always show you with their hand pointing and the thumb is pointing back?
Back at you.
That's a wife pointing back at herself because she chose him. People like to say, oh, but he was pretending. But you chose him. If he was even pretending, you chose somebody that was pretending. And if somebody's pretending, remember, you are trying to build trust. Shouldn't you have gotten more time to know this person?
Or
So
taking
some
more time.
are exactly. So
If you were uncertain of what was there.
mhm,
And yeah.
take time to have that person earn your trust. But if you married that person, you have nobody to blame but yourself. Sounds kind of harsh, but remember, we are a product of our judgment, of our decisions. Then we are a product of our decisions.
Yeah. And here's a challenge too. Because if you were the one in the Western society, we don't have forced marriages.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like we are living like perhaps in a India or so where some things are arranged and you probably just, your parents before just made the hook up and you just have to follow through. Here you get to the chance to date and court and do all the things. And one of
Mm-hmm.
the things some of the times people will love to say, boy, they saw some signs before they saw, and then they came in and then this happened and I'm saying you see danger and you don't sit and think about it. Usually,
Mm-hmm.
still, at the end of the day, the bottom line is people don't want to accept the consequences for their choices. They want to
Mm-hmm.
make the choice and they want to decide how it should end. And you don't get
Yep.
to the two,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, but yeah, so we're looking at that. And listeners, if you want to join us, we are saying to you that you can participate. We welcome participation from you, the viewers, the listeners. You can do so. You can send a note, voice note or text to 876-336-9928. Or if you're not getting through to that one for tonight only, you could try 876-318-7874. Um, and just share your thoughts with a voice note or a text message. Or you can join us on YouTube and TikTok at NRP Media JA. Or on Facebook at Leon Nash, Leaon Nash, right? And then you have on the media site, nrpmediaja.com. And you just drop us your comments. We will try and get or respond to you. Don't think our TikTok connection might be up. But we will get to you nonetheless. All right, so that is 876-318-7874. That's for tonight. Text voice note. YouTube and TikTok is at NRP Media JA. And on Facebook at Leon Nash, Leaol Nash. And we are at 8:54, a few minutes to the hour of 9. And tonight we are talking about trust. Trust in relationship, in marriage. All right. What does trust mean? We mentioned that trust is confidence in someone's character, reliability, and love. Trust is one of the foundational pillars of marriage, both in scripture and in relationship research. The Bible presents trust not merely as emotional confidence, but as a covenantal commitment rooted in truth, faithfulness, honesty, sacrifice, and godly character. And as we contemplate the meaning of trust, how is it built and how is it broken? Is what we want to look at. How is it built? We mentioned, Trevor was mentioning giving examples, workplace setup, and even in terms of dating, you're dating the individual, you're observing, and based on what they do consistently or not do consistently, you are developing trust or mistrust. Um, and I think maybe at some point we'll get to a point they're talking about building and breaking trust because trust is not the building of trust is not only determined by the person on the other side. So, in other words, with a husband and a wife, the building of the trust is not just the duty of the husband. So, it's not the wife just watching the husband to see if she can trust him. But the trust is also connected with the wife herself as to perhaps what traumas she has gone through, what experiences she has had, and how that has shaped her view as to how she assesses how
Mm-hmm.
she trusts someone.
Yep. Yep.
And it
Definitely.
goes for both ways. Same thing with the male. Um,
Mm-hmm.
trusting his wife? What experiences has he been through? And how those experiences have shaped his perspective or point of view as to the criterias
Yeah.
that that person will need to meet in order for him to quote unquote trust. All right.
Mm, it's an
You have
interesting
anything
thing
to
you
say
said.
before we get into it?
Yeah.
3 minutes coming up to the hour.
Yeah. I was saying, interesting thing you said about experiences because they're well, this is my philosophy anyway. Um, you can you can handle experiences in two ways. You can have an experience and it gives you trauma, and you can have an experience and it gives you wisdom. So trauma is a wound that makes you distrustful, and other negative things will come with that. And wisdom is learning lessons from that experience and using it to make better judgments. So someone can have a negative experience. But I think, oh, are we there? Oh, I thought we were at
Yeah,
9. Let
just
me give you an
about
example. So someone could
quickly.
so so someone in Jamaica, let's say a woman in Jamaica. Are we
Yeah, man, go
going?
ahead.
Right. Someone in, let's say in Jamaica, someone a Jamaican woman meets someone from Russia, and he breaks her heart. In the future, she might say, I'm not going to be with any more Russian men. It's like one of these the guys that this blind guy I knew growing up, and he used to say he will have no relationship with women who were born in February because a February woman broke his heart. And so he will no longer be with any woman from February. He was traumatized, right? He did not assess the type of woman he was with, and thought of how he will go forward in relationships. He just thought, well, it's somebody who was born in February, so I will be no longer be with somebody born in that
All
month.
right, we're gonna hold that thought right there. We are upon the hour of 9 o'clock. You're listening to Man and Man Talk right here on NRP Media and Radio, and the time is now 9 p.m. All right, so we thought we'd get that in. All right, so yeah, man, go ahead,
Yeah.
continue.
So right. So the wisdom, he drew no wisdom from his experience, but he allowed himself to be somewhat traumatized, you know? And the thing about it is how you use the experiences that you have. Do you say, like I heard someone once said, she saw a particular type of engagement with a friend, and she got married to a certain type of man, and it didn't work out, and so she would not be with that type of man based on her friend's experience. No, she didn't even receive any trauma directly, but she thought she was using wisdom, and so she didn't allow herself to try and see if she had a different experience. And oftentimes, sometimes when people are supposed to build trust in a relationship, they put up their shield, and this shield prevents them from trusting, because oftentimes the other party may be doing things that should be earning the trust, but when you're too blinded by the trauma, you can't see those things. Oftentimes it takes a third party to step in and say, hey, he did these things or she did these things, and you need to allow this person to earn your trust. So oftentimes we need to always, anytime you're entering in a relationship, just assess your experiences and don't let them give you a bias, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So, um, as I said, trust important in relationships, and we need to look at it in a very in-depth manner. And as I was mentioning, we talk about the idea of trust, and we more often than not, only keep thinking of the man needing to build trust as the head. Um, Scriptures talk about one thing: trust is built on faithfulness and character. We have here that trust is built through consistency, honesty, and sacrifice, and it is broken through betrayal, neglect, or abuse of authority. All right. So building and breaking trust, how it goes. Now, again, we're kind of looking at it through the eyes of the patriarchy, or from the angle of the patriarchy. And some people say that the patriarchy often gives men authority by default, but trust
Mm-hmm.
must be earned through love and integrity. And you mentioned something at the start in terms of the observation and the choice, because, and I mentioned, we don't get married in this on in the Western side by force. You choose. And if we follow the pattern of Christ and the church, here's what happened. Christ comes, he commits an act of love, demonstrates his love. And one of the way he demonstrates it is by dying on the cross. Now,
Mm-hmm.
that act of love, and I'll just mention this, but we won't branch off into it. It's interesting that it is not the person who observes the act that determines if it is an act of love. It is the
Mm-hmm.
person who commits the act that
Yep.
determines that that act is an act of love. So
Yep.
when, we have this thing in society where I will do something and say I did it out of love, and the person who I did it for, I say, boy, you don't love me because of what you do. And I'm saying this I did because I love. They are saying no, that is not love. It's not you who receiving it determine that it's an act of love. It is the person who is giving. Yeah. And the
Bro.
Bible shows you straight up. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Jesus Christ loved his church and died for it. So
Mm-hmm.
he is telling us that his death was an act of love.
Yep. Yep.
So we
Bro.
on the other side,
Bro.
now some people will say, well, they're rejecting that act of love. But here's the thing. For those who accept, we chose now to trust him because of that act of love that he demonstrated. And
Mm-hmm.
so, by the essence, or by the mere act of a woman accepting a proposal, she has decided to trust this man to be her leader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. You said something, and I think we need to set a benchmark for our audience. In fact, for the world, because people people fail to not understand the greatest sacrifice a human has ever done is Jesus dying on the cross. Jesus dying on the cross is the biggest superhero story.
Hmm.
If you put all of Superman's episodes together, all the planets he has saved, just put all the episodes together, it still does not, it still pales in comparison to what Jesus did. Jesus died once and covers the sins of humanity from the day he rose again to the end of time. Well, to when he comes back for the earth. That is the greatest sacrifice. And yet, people have, are currently, and in the future are going to reject that great sacrifice, right? So you believe that children are going to appreciate the sacrifices their parents make? I used to see there used to be a series of African videos on Facebook where the child is saying, "Oh, daddy never did anything for me," and then you see the mother come and say, "No, no, no! All the time I was getting money, it was from your father." And she's relaying all these things. And she's like, "But I never used to see him when I wake up in the mornings." Yes, that's because he would go to work before you wake. But I never saw him when I came back from school. All I saw was you. You were cooking my dinner and blah blah blah. And the mother, well, this was a good mother, told the
Mm.
child, "No, I'm cooking and doing these things because I am home. The reason why you never saw your father when you came home, nor before you went to sleep, is because your father was working. That was the sacrifice he made." And that's the interesting thing about sacrifice, It's oftentimes not seen. It's not something that is broadcast. The person making the sacrifice isn't throwing it in your face to say, "Hey, look at me. I'm making a sacrifice." No, they're doing it out of love. So most times, persons who see sacrifices being made are totally unaware. They're so into themselves, they're so into the distractions that they don't see what's being done. So I'm pretty sure I would have loved to hear some viewers calling or messaging on this. I am sure there are thousands of what am I talking about? Hundreds of thousands of Jamaican men that can tell you stories about some ex-girlfriend that he made lots and lots of sacrifices for, but she still leave him. Because that's the thing about, and this is something I learned personally, is sacrifices are not uh a reason for someone to stay in a relationship.
Mm.
So when you think about it, if let me bring it back to the spiritual part and come back to reality. Um, you have people who get saved and they backslide, right? You don't see them saying, "Lo, oh the Lord, Jesus died for my sins. I can't afford to not back to backslide. I'm going to stay true to him." No, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Jamaica right now going to ATI, going to Weddy, going to parties, doing all sort of stuff. And they were Christians, but they chose that lifestyle over Jesus. Just like there are hundreds of thousands of men who made sacrifices for women, and for whatever reason, it was not a factor when she was deciding to leave him. When perhaps he did something that she didn't like, she didn't feel like she should still be with him. So it wasn't a thing to say, "Boy, you made all these sacrifices for me. I love you." Nope.
No, well, you have to, it is a thing that goes right across,
Mm-hmm.
because we have a short memory span as human beings.
Yep. Yep. That's what we do.
Both ways, we
Mm-hmm.
tend to have a short memory span. So there are many times when those things are taking place. And you do something today, and by the time you do it, it's forgotten, so to
Yep.
speak. And we do it the
Mm-hmm.
same way with Christ
Mm-hmm.
as believers and so. Um,
Yep.
but here's the thing, like we mentioned, so how I would view it is like this: at the start of the marriage, there must be some level of trust. Because it would make no sense that you're entering into a marital relationship with someone and you don't have any trust of them. Like I said, at least from this side, we get to choose. It's not arranged marriages or forced marriages that we have here. So we have to speak
Mm.
from that angle. Um, right. So there would have had to be some level of trust. How is it that you're going to marry someone who you don't think going to support you as a man, or
Mm.
you marry someone who you don't think going to lead you rightly as a woman? Makes no sense. So there
Omar,
would have had to be some level of trust at the start.
I want to interject something before you go any further because well, I would love to hear our viewers' views on this, but I believe you see those two things that you just mentioned. I think oftentimes in a man and woman relationship, a woman places more emphasis on his provisioning. Now, here is what is sad. Him leading her to be somebody that is righteous and upstanding and you know leading the family in the right way. Even if the person is unsafe, to lead the family in the correct way. Because you can have somebody that is like really rich, but he's not leading the family. He's leading himself, but he's not leading the family. Right? What I've seen many times is the the his ability to provide is given great emphasis, greater than anything else. So you'll find somebody who will have a lot of money and that increases attraction. And so she'll be with that man. She doesn't trust him, but him have money. And then, with money comes pleasure. And we're in this time we're in this time now where pleasure is equated to happiness. Happiness and pleasure are two different things, but pleasure can be gained through money. And so a man's a man's finances makes him seem more attractive. And so
Mm.
his ability to lead a family is put less emphasis is put on that. And so you find that you'll have some dudes that they'll ruin 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 women. And those 10 women may say, well, I mean, I trust no man again. But guess what? You chose someone who didn't have to earn your trust because he had a lot of money. So you have 10 women unable to trust as a result of one man's actions.
Mm. I see. Um, all right. So you're saying rather the idea there presented is more of where the trust was placed and not so much
Mm-hmm.
that there was the lack of it. So the trust was
Mm-hmm.
not in the person's character or the person's consistency as a individual per se, but
Mm-hmm.
rather in the person's possessions
Mm-hmm.
and the ability for those possessions to consistently supply,
Yeah.
whether
Because that is
the
important
pleasures.
too. Him taking care of her is a big thing. I mean, it's it's it has existed all throughout time. Man goes out. Let's change it up and put it in the olden days. Man goes out, kills an animal, brings it back, gives it to wifey. Wifey cooks and provide and does a meal for the family. So, so a man's ability to provide is not just money, but it has just changed into a different way. In today's world, it is more money, and in former times, it was his ability to provide food. So he could have been a farmer back in those days, and he would plant crops and provide for the family. It's just that these days it takes the it takes the form of money, and there's too much emphasis on it.
All right. So let's roll it in because one of the statements was made was that according to many folks, the patriarchy gives men authority by default. Well,
Mm,
patriarchy, God has given men authority by default. But trust must be earned through love
mm,
and integrity. Um, my challenge at times in this is going to be, well, if there is a if God has given the men authority by default, then by default God is expecting you to have a level of trust.
mm-hmm.
Um, but and beyond that, because for those who are Christians, we are working off a biblical manuscript, so to speak, our blueprint. And
Blueprint.
if God automatically puts the man as the head, he didn't say you have to earn it or anything like that. So it means that automatically there ought to be a level of trust. But
Mm,
beyond that level of trust, as to in the man that is at the head, there should be that level of trust in the God that is behind the system that is in place.
mm-hmm.
Scripture tells us that the leaders that we have, whether good or evil, God is the one that sets them up and he takes them down. So
Yeah.
if we are so we have to, yeah, we trust, and I guess this is the point at which persons will differentiate or split the trust into two, because there's a trust that you have in the individual, and then as a Christian, the trust you have in God.
Mm,
But as a Christian, the trust you have in God ought to be greater than the trust in the individual. So much so that even if you, for argument's sake, have no trust in the individual that is leading, your trust in God ought to be sufficient for you to trust what happens through this individual in leadership. And
mm,
this would bring me back to the verse, Romans 8:28, that we so love to quote. And we know, and I like to, when I'm saying this of recently, I start to stress the idea of know. And we know, not feel, we
mm,
know that all things work together for good, because we don't feel like we should trust the leader. Wives don't
mm-hmm.
feel they should trust their husbands.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and other thing, the husbands don't feel they should trust their wife because the wife not supporting. But we must know that God is working all things all together for good.
Mm-hmm.
So you might not trust your husband to lead, or you might not trust the wife to support, but you can trust God beyond the lack of leadership or support that you're getting to work things out for good. Um, but they're saying that you are, apart from the trust that initially needs to be there, then you have the you have to build on that. So in essence, one might liken it to the talents that was given to the servants. One got three,
Mm,
one got five, and one got one. Um,
mm,
so essentially, when the relationship, one could argue, when the relationship starts, you would have gotten your talent, whether it's a one or three or five. You would have gotten your trust level, whether it's a
mm,
one, three, or five. Because there has to be some trust for you to have gotten into the marriage. And then
mm-hmm.
now it is for both parties to build on that. And we
Mm,
would hope that they would be like the two servants, the three and the five that took it and built and doubled it, and not like the one who hide it and
mm.
don't do anything. Um, Again, of course, whenever we talk about trust, and examples tend to be given, even when you go and do the research, and trust, a husband who keeps promises builds trust. One who lies or neglects his family breaks it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
but likewise, a wife who keeps her promises builds trust, and one who lies or neglects her husband breaks it.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes both way. Um, so we know that trust can be broken. One of the biggest one is about when you talk about infidelity. I
Mm-hmm.
personally know of an instance where it might not be, it's not necessarily infidelity, but the the husband is being accused of putting the issues that they have out on social media. So he has exposed the challenges that they are facing within the marriage on social media. Um, and that is the breach of trust that the wife accuses him of. Mind you, however, checks on the social page of this husband reveal no names mentioned. No, what you call that? First
Sound like
person is
Kana
first person.
Mashman.
First person.
First versus third person.
Yeah. Third person would be you're writing in a third person. You'd say like
Mm.
I
Like
would be
an
saying there
some
was this man.
objective. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
And but
Uh-huh.
first person would be saying I am. I am
Like
in a
personal.
problem and my wife did X and my wife did Y. So
Mm.
so so whatever is there is not in the first person. It's third
Mm-hmm.
person per se. So it would be a case of a man is a husband X and Y. A husband has done so and so. A husband and the wife responded this way. How would
Mm.
so it's a be a third person. But
Mm-hmm.
also, if you did not know the situation of the couple, reading this, you could not, there's nothing in it that you could say, oh, this identifies them directly to say, is that such and such person this is talking about. All that is mentioned is common to many marriages. So there's nothing
Mm-hmm.
in it that could be um, that one could say use to trace back definitely to the individual unless you are personally connected with them and know exactly what took place within
Mm-hmm.
even the confines of the bedroom, so to speak. Um, but then,
Omar, uh, that what you said makes me want to address something. And it happens in marriages and it happens in relationships in general. There's something going on with people right now. I can't I need to give it a name. But I think my hypothesis is a lot of people don't have a purpose in life. They're just going along in life. And so to engage their brain, to give their brain something to do, they make a lot of assumptions. And so if someone asks a question automatically, instead of actually answering the question, they automatically start making assumptions. So
mm,
if a father says to his pastor, Pastor, if a son is always stealing, what should the father do? Automatically people start saying, boy, Mass Joe's son a thief now. Mass Joe's just asking a question. Is like things are so bad that you can't even ask questions without being accused of something. That is how bad
mm-hmm,
things are. I'm like
yeah,
thinking, if people start, is it critical thinking? I think there are a lot of people that believe that. Boy, when you get saved and the Holy Spirit starts to dwell inside you, that you automatically start to become a critical thinker. No, Christians don't think critically just like unsaved people. So if you should, many times, there I can tell you, we would have better Christians in every church if people would ask more questions and ask for help. But a lot of people are afraid to ask simple questions because they know that people are going to accuse them of something.
That's
So
true.
I just need to ask a question, you know.
Yeah, man.
I just
And
need to
people start
ask a
label you.
question. Exactly. So
Yeah.
you can't even ask a question on behalf of a friend. You are automatically accused of something.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's
You know?
that's 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 so true. You can't and because of that persons are afraid of asking questions and then well the truth is, even if that situation or scenario applies to you, I
Mm.
mean, so what? Who has a perfect marriage? Which marriage doesn't have challenges?
Every
And the
marriage
fact
has
that you're
challenge.
asking a question means you're searching for answers. So nothing is wrong with
Exactly.
wanting to find answers so as to fix a problem. But then, and I guess we would have to score both individuals, both those asking the question or rather refusing or choosing not to ask for fear of being labeled. They would have
Mm-hmm.
to get their rebuke because at the
Mm-hmm.
end of the day, even if the scenario is really their scenario, the
They're
fact that they would
cowards.
ask it like in a third party way, at least they
Mm-hmm.
cannot be accused of
Mm-hmm.
exposing themselves because
Mm-hmm.
it's not again. Every marriage go through some form of trouble. There's no trouble in any marriage that is new. There's nothing new under the sun,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, so they would have their little thing to say, yeah, man, you need the help. Ask for it, no matter what other
Mm-hmm.
people want to say. Um,
That's true.
and then on the other end, we have to school those now who jump to conclusion without knowing facts because
Mm-hmm.
and assume that everybody who is asking a question because they have that particular challenge.
Yep.
We
Yep.
shouldn't be like that. The Bible tell you shouldn't be quick to you say answer a matter before you hear it,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And also if even if you suspect that might be the case for the individual asking the question, let them ask the question and then give them an answer that will help them to solve the situation. Don't sit
Mm-hmm.
down there and be trying to figure out who and what kind of thing. Give answers so that the solution can be found and the thing they done. Um,
It's really pride, you know.
eh,
You know, say a pride, right?
Pride
A
on
pride, you
this
know.
part of those who don't want to ask the question. And I guess,
And pride, no man, well, pride on their side, but you see the people who jump to conclusions,
mhm.
full puffed up big time, bro.
Yeah,
Puffed
yeah,
up
think
big
think
time
them better
because
than.
it's like they're trying to flex on the other part, the other person. Is pride. So you will have you will have let me show you this is going to sound silly now, but you will have some couples say, let's say you have a group session with couples and you're talking about conflicts in marriages. You have some couples say we don't argue in our marriage, and they think it's a flex on the other people, on the other married people. And I'm
Mm,
thinking, you only have arguments when you have disagreements, and you only have disagreements. So, and many times you have disagreements when you speak your mind. So you have people that have been married for years, decades, and they don't have arguments, but it's because they have resentment. They don't want to anger the other party, so they keep it to themselves. That is not healthy. So
mm.
it is oftentimes better to state your piece, you have a disagreement, and then you work through the disagreement. You don't keep it to yourself because you don't want conflicts. And then you have flex on somebody. Oh, we don't argue. That's not a flex. You know,
Yeah.
it's arrogance, man.
I've often thought about it and I say, especially in the case, because as compatible or as two persons might be, no two persons are going to agree 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Um, no, I guess the way we define argument might also make some people think that they don't have arguments. So we might not say, all right, you don't have arguments, you have disagreements.
Yeah.
And it's simply put, a disagreement is where we differ in what we in the point of view. Now,
Mm-hmm.
how you differ or how you express that difference no can be different. Some people are very aggressively expressive in their this difference in opinion. Others can calmly talk and express a difference in opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But to say because we calmly talk over a matter and express our disagreement and so we're not boisterous and so doesn't mean we don't have a disagreement. It's just that how we handle it is much softer and calmer than the next couple.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of the times
Yep.
that is the persons, including the couples themselves, misinterpret the fact that because they sit down and talk calmly with each other, that they don't have disagreements. But if I say,
Mm-hmm.
let us paint the wall pink, and you say, no, blue, and my wife said, no, blue. And we just talking it through and we reasoning and I say, but pink is a nice color. Plus it's cheaper at the place, and you say no, blue because it's cooler and plus whatever. We are having a disagreement there because we are not saying the same color.
Mm-hmm.
At some point now, one of us will compromise and say, all right, let us go with pink or let us go with blue.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a
Yep.
disagreement because we did not
Mm-hmm.
automatically come to have an agreement at the start.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear some people saying that, sometimes I have to ask, because then the other thing is that they only think of major decisions when they want to say why they don't have any disagreements. It's when it come on to major decisions. So sometimes they're saying, "Oh,
Ah.
we've never quarreled about
Mm-hmm.
about stuff," but it's really like
Mm-hmm.
major decision. Like them never
Yeah.
quarrel if them want to have children. There was no difference.
Mm-hmm.
They both wanted it. They never. But then they had a disagreement. Husband
Mm-hmm.
want one Jeep and she want one nice little sedan, and they had to weigh the pros and cons and whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. So, but then. So there is no marital relationship that has not had disagreements,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's the one thing. Um, but as we were saying in regards to the trust, getting back to the scope of trust, um, trust has to be built from a particular level. So trust is not built from zero. In the marriage, it may be built from zero when them courting and a man looking a woman. Uh, there's some level because there's no trust initially, but then as they courting, some trust is built. And it
Yeah.
is that trust has to reach a level. But when a proposal is made, so the trust have to reach a level for both individuals. It
Mm-hmm.
reaches a level for the man to propose. I must have a level of trust in getting at least a good, favorable response to ask it. And then
Mm-hmm.
there's a level of trust that the woman would have had to exert to have given a positive response to a proposal.
Yeah.
And for the marriage to take place, there is a level of trust that would have had to have been met, at least, whatever the base is for those two persons. And it varies according to the couples.
Mm-hmm.
Some people needed 5 years, 7 years for that
Mm-hmm.
trust level to get to the point where they get married. Others is 6 months or 7 months or so forth, or 1 year. Never take a
Mm-hmm.
long time. But there was a level that is got. And then when you marry now, moving from that point of being married, you're building on it. And you can either build on that or you
Mm-hmm.
can break it down
Mm-hmm.
from that point. Good.
Mm-hmm. I
Um,
want to add something to what you said, Omar, because the
just time check, it's 9:37. And we just want our listeners to know this is Man and Man Talk, NRP Media. Again, you can share your thoughts. Facebook, Leon at Leon Nash, or YouTube and TikTok at NRP Media JA. Yes, Trevor, you were saying.
Yeah, yeah. It was when you said what you just said, it reminded me of something I said a few weeks ago. Trust is like a muscle, and to grow a muscle, you have to go through stress and strain, right? Need pressure to grow a muscle. If you want trust to grow and you are avoiding conflicts in your relationship, you are not going to trust this person more. If your trust level, let's say you get married to a person, your trust level can be 100, and your trust level is at 80. Because really, if people are really honest, nobody trusts somebody 100%, right? They're lying if they say so. So let's say your trust level is at 80, and you don't go through trials and tribulations and hard times, your trust level is going to stay at 80. It's not going to grow. You need to go through some storms for your trust level to grow. It's just like having a relationship with Jesus. You keep hearing people say, I'm exercising my faith. It's not just a term that people, even though some people saying it don't realize what it means. It means every time you go through a hard time and God bring you through that hard time, you trust him more. So let's say you went through 3 hard times. When the fourth one come, you say, boy, Sam bring me through 3 already. I'm gonna trust him for bring me through this fourth one. It's the same thing with your husband and wife. If you if if you don't if you are with a wife and you say, boy, me can't deal with the problems where she a give me, and you jump ship, you will never grow your trust in her because what? You have failed to ride things out. And you see, the thing is, part of this is pride as well. A lot of older married couples, they don't share their experiences with younger married couples. And so younger married couples believe that a successful marriage is not built on struggles that they ride out and overcome. They believe why everything just nice. No, you're always going to go. Some people tell you, boy, we're going through a rough patch, and they'll tell you the rough patch lasted 5 years, and then the 5 years clear, and then back into good times. But but somehow people are not sharing these experiences, and so some married couples believe that, why, this is a sign to leave. No, it's a rough patch. And when
Well,
you come through the rough patch, you get to trust the person more.
or you trust God more in terms of what he can do within the
Well,
relationship.
that too. You trust in him is going to grow as
Yeah.
well.
And and um so I want to perhaps look at how you build trust. And we say for one, trust has to do with faithfulness or consistency. And it's on both sides. So let's start where everybody like to start with the man them. So they are saying for the man to build trust in his wife, from his wife, or for the man's wife to trust him. Here's the thing that we don't spend a lot of time on, and we don't want to talk about. Um, for the man's wife to trust his leadership, she needs to feel as if she's being heard. And
Mm.
whenever feeling, I'm going to stress that. Feel. She has to feel. She don't really necessarily have to know, or they are not
Feel,
necessarily interested in knowing, but
feel
she
loved.
has to feel not he has her best interest at heart. She has to feel heard and feel loved.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes on to the man trusting his wife, he has to know that she supports him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You realize the difference there.
Mm-hmm.
For the woman to trust her husband, she has to feel. For the man to trust his wife, he has to know. And when you listen to conversations, it comes out, A man will come and say, boy, babes, I have to know say you have me back. I have to know say you have me right and die.
Mm-hmm.
I have to know say if me say yes, so we are go, you are go move with me. I have to know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas when the woman is talking, she'll say, I have to feel love. I have to feel heard. I have to feel. Uh, we don't realize, when we actually sit and listen, we don't realize how much truth gets revealed. Um,
Mm.
and if we are to follow scripture now, let us look at what scripture enforces, whether it is knowing or it is feeling. When you check scripture, scripture talks about knowing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't talk about feeling.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't feel that Jesus loves you. You must know.
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel that you're saved. You must know. You know. This we write unto you that you might know, not feel. So if we are to identify from the Bible what is the criteria that should be the one used, the criteria is that of knowledge, knowing, not feeling. All right? It's a matter of knowing. So when we talk about John wrote and all of those things. So we have to understand these sort of things about it. But as we were saying, in terms of consistency in building, so the man now has to consistently have his wife feeling loved, feeling heard, while the wife must consistently have the husband know that
Mm-hmm.
she has his back, know that wherever he's going, she's going to be there and support him. Things like that. So that's the consistency, and the Bible or the biblical phrase or word used to kind of sum up the idea of consistency is faithfulness.
Mm.
Faithfulness. Um, but it's interesting that again, when we talk about the level of trust in a relationship, that when it comes on to marriage, the most explicit time that the word trust is used in the idea between a husband and a wife is really the case of the virtuous woman. When
Mm.
the very first description or characteristic mention of this virtuous woman, after it says, who can find a virtuous woman, whatever, because her price
Mm.
is more than rubies. The first characteristic in verse 11 says, the heart of her husband doth safely trust in
Trust.
her.
Yeah.
So I know, and I guess I'm going to be a bit biased because I'm trying to identify the bias that society and even in particular the church has um, unfairly or unequally placed bias, if you can have such a thing. It's interesting that it is not outrightly, explicitly stated about a man needing to gain the trust of his wife. But here it is describing a woman who we consider virtuous. And by the way, we just had Mother's Day, so this would have been mentioned in many sermons when you're talking about the virtuous woman. The heart of her husband trusts in her. So this verse shows that trust is earned through consistent godly conduct. Now, in this particular passage, the virtuous wife is dependable, wise, and faithful, causing her husband to rest securely in her character. All right. So how do you build trust? Faithfulness, consistency. All right. Also, we have to understand that marriage is a covenant before God. So I would have touched on this when I said the trust present has to go beyond your spouse to God, who is above your spouse. So, and this is necessary because your spouse is going to fail. As consistent as they can try to be, there are going to be points when they are inconsistent. Now, should the level of trust drop so drastically so as to want to opt out? No, because here's where the trust is going to be buoyed by the greater trust you have in God, who is working all things out for good.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So each individual, in order to build trust, has to within themselves understand that their role, their function within this marriage, the vows that they made was not just a contract, but a covenant that was made before God. So that ought to propel each spouse to want to be consistent, be faithful. And by that alone, that should build trust from the point of view of the opposing partner, right? Next thing, you have to have honesty and truthfulness. Those are essential. Ephesians 4:25 tells us, wherefore put away lying, speak every man truth with his neighbor. One would ask, who is your neighbor? Your neighbor is everyone who you come in contact with. In your marriage, your closest neighbor is your wife or your spouse, husband, right? So dishonesty destroys trust. Good. And so the opposite of dishonesty would be truthfulness, and that is necessary for healthy relationships. Now, I mentioned this honesty and truthfulness, trust, faithfulness, the idea of seeing marriage as a covenant. It is a covenant. And then the idea of love, protecting and believing. So this is when I mentioned that trust is not just one-sided. So not just that my spouse needs to prove themselves to me for me to trust, but that I also need to exercise some level of faith and belief. Belief somewhat in the fact that my spouse would have stated that they love me. And by that, it means that they would not be intentionally seeking to hurt or to cause distrust. So if something doesn't seem quite you know, straightforward, my first instinct or response should not be to think the negative, but to give the benefit of the doubt in the situation until proven otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So it says charity in Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 13, charity beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. So real love is going to bear a whole heap of things. All things it says here. It believeth all things. And in this all things, it would believe that the person is not intentional in trying to cause mistrust or whatever. You give the benefit of the doubt. You're hoping that this person is not intentionally. And even so, you endure the seemingly uncomfortable situation, circumstance, until, as I said, the truth becomes revealed. All right. Then there's the idea of the roles. Husbands lead love. And I had a video recently that I agree with the approach or how they explain the whole servant leadership. You serve by leading. You don't lead by serving, but you serve by leading. That is the emphasis or the angle. Because when some people, and I think we discussed this in one episode previously, where some people think that servant leadership means you're serving every whim and fancy of your wife. Now, I go say spouse because a husband and wife, husband male, wife female, and husband is the head, and the husband is called to servant leadership, which means he is serving by leading, not leading by serving, in the sense that he's not leading, it's not a definition where because he does everything his wife tells him to do or that makes her comfortable and so forth means that he's a good leader.
Yeah.
He
Sometimes you have to
serves
say,
by leading, and leading with mean telling the wife when she's wrong, standing up and not allowing her emotions to dictate. You know what is so interesting, and perhaps a little digression here, is how we can all agree that women tend to be emotional. Everybody, nobody now dispute that. Not that men aren't emotional, but women tend to be more display their emotions more readily, more quickly, and emotions have a greater sway for females than male. Everybody can agree with that, but no one can. But this struggle arises now when you're saying that they tend to make emotional decisions, which most persons can agree are never good decisions.
Yep, that's
But yet
true.
still we have the narrative that women are always right, or right most of the time. Yesterday,
Oh boy.
what they call that again? The irony.
Um,
You agree that they are
Contradiction.
emotional, and we can agree that emotional decisions are not good decisions. But yet still, we are saying that they are always right and they make better decisions than men. But we agree that they tend to be more emotional, susceptible.
That's
Um,
contradictory.
contradictory we would say being conservative there. But so husbands are called to love and love sacrificially. And I want to make it clear because following the principle of Christ, after dying on the cross, Christ's sacrifice was once and for all. Now we are not eternal, but here's the what we'd call the thing that defines or directs that sacrifice. Christ did not sacrifice for the whims or fancies of the church. His sacrifice was not for what the church wanted. His sacrifice was in obedience to his head. And he only sacrificed what his head told him to sacrifice.
Mm. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? People can debate it and say, well, you're not Jesus and man is not. But I often ask the question then, if you're going to come now and start draw this thing that the husband is not Jesus, then why are you going to be gung-ho on him loving like Christ
Loving
then?
like Jesus. Mm.
And remember now, it's Jesus himself is telling the men to do it like him. And we have to understand, when we say do it like, we're never saying that the man is Jesus. But if he's going to emulate him, he's going to have to act like him. He won't be him for certain, but he has to act like him, which means he's going
Yep.
to be pretty close in. The aim is to be as close as possible, like Jesus in mannerism. Now, whereas people get caught up with the being like Christ in terms of literally, I'm looking at the principle that is being presented. The principle is Christ's position, him dying or sacrificing, was not based on what the church or his groom wanted him to do, but it was based on what his father, which is his head, wanted him to do. Likewise, husbands must sacrifice not what their wives want them to sacrifice necessarily, but what Christ asks them to sacrifice.
Yep.
Listeners, I want to hear from you. I haven't seen any response on the YouTube. Facebook, I have seen where there's one person viewing, but I think they didn't turn on the chat area to allow no comments yet. They have, yeah. I'm not seeing any comment as yet here. None on the YouTube either. So listeners, we are saying call in, man, or drop a line. YouTube, TikTok at NRP Media JA, Facebook Leon Nash, Leaon, and you can go straight to our website nrpmediaja.com. All right, drop us a line, leave us a comment. We are looking at trust in the we're looking at trust in relationship here. Can it be broken? And we pretty much have touched, just been talking about how to build it. Look at the breaking part yet. Which is where
Things get
challenges
shaky.
come in. Yeah, man, the breaking. It takes a long time to build it, but one action breaks it. And after breaking it becomes so difficult. Oh, all right. So we spoke about the husband having being called to love sacrificially, but and not be manipulative. You know, I often have to pause when they talk about husbands being manipulative. Because I ask the question, if I am the one in charge, how can I be manipulative? I am the one in charge. And so if I give instructions, you know, you're supposed to be following, so to speak. If I'm trying to get you to do something, then it cannot be seen as manipulation. At least, you know, because I am really the one who is supposed to be leading and directing you as to what to do and etc. So if I'm trying to get you to do it, that's not manipulation. Manipulation is you trying to get somebody to do something. For me, I would say when it is a case where they don't answer to you, so to speak, you don't have the right to request of them certain things, and so you have to try to find a way to go around them to get them to do it. Because here's the thing, if let's say the law says you should drive 50 kilometers per hour in school zone. Police spots you and say, boss, drive 50 miles per hour in the school zone. Right? If not, you have a fine. Now, it can be manipulating if that policeman come back to you seeing you driving and say, boss, drive 50 in the 50 zone. And if he comes and say, if you drive 50, you can save a life, maybe your own. If you drive over 50, then I forgot ticket you. You cannot say he's being manipulative if he tells you he's going to ticket you if you drive over 50. When he is the authority presented to enforce driving 50. And there is the law in place that says if you drive over 50, you get a ticket. Right? No, if he comes and say, boy, if you don't get any driving traffic ticket, your insurance companies might give a break on your premiums. Are you trying to say he's manipulating you to drive 50, or he's trying to encourage you to do what is the right thing to do? I just find it disingenuous that when somebody who is in leadership, so they are in authority, and they're trying to get you to do something that you're going to call it being manipulative. It's just not really connecting, for me, at least. Maybe somebody can explain it to me that way. Yeah? But then why is our call to be respectful? And
it's like a misuse of words, really, because sometimes somebody is doing something, and because you don't like it, you use trigger words. So somebody could be mentoring you, and they are trying to steer you in a certain direction. And because you are resistant, you say, this person is manipulating me. Or someone is trying to encourage you to do something. And you say, oh, this person is manipulating. Sometimes the person is trying to motivate you, because Really, if we should use some of these people's thought process, then parents are
Mhm.
manipulating their children because
Mm.
they're actually steering them in directions that they don't necessarily want to go.
True,
How many
true.
times have we heard about parents pushing their children to do extracurricular activities that they don't want to do? But they do it because their parents is giving them instructions. So so you will have a child in a certain echelon of society being pushed to do tennis, and the parent is like, I want you to form bonds with people in our walk of society. People could say, but that's manipulation. But that is a smart parent trying to push their child in the right direction. Or somebody who loves football, pushing their son to play football, schoolboy football. You don't hear anybody saying, oh, that's manipulation. But the father loves football and he knows the son has an aptitude for it. So he pushes him in that direction. Is that manipulation? No. But the husband says, all right, wifey, we're going to have to go this way and we're going to have to do this, this, this. Oh, you're manipulating me. You see, people are picking and choosing when to use the word manipulation. But the thing is, in life, you're going to have some resistance, you're going to have some people pushing you. So it can't be advice all the time. Sometimes it has to be forceful direction. And when somebody is not pleased with it, they're going to say manipulation.
Or you're forcing them.
Yeah, you're forcing them. But I mean, all right, let's use the two most famous. And you don't, and you see the people who love to talk about
Oh,
manipulation, you don't hear them saying these things. Oh, we're going over time now. But
yeah,
you don't
yeah.
hear them saying stuff like this. But um, the two most famous tennis players of all times, Venus and Serena Williams, pushed by their father to do tennis. They never said, "Oh, daddy, we want to play tennis." They showed some interest, but they were pushed by their father, and then they grew to love the game. And so many times it has happened with people who excel at certain sports and certain areas. They were pushed, and they want to quit because it's in the heart of a child to quit, right? And they were pushed, and they grew to love it. So people need to, just like how people look on things in a positive light, when parents and coaches and teachers are pushing children, they need to look on it in a positive light. Many times when husbands are guiding the family in a certain direction, they need to stop being negative and look on the positives and realize that nothing was earned through no resistance.
Yeah, yeah. Um, Definitely. Well, we kind of branch off a bit even though we're talking about trust, but it kind of, once you're touching on relationships, there are certain things that are going
Lot
to
of
pop
things
up.
going come up.
It's, put it this way, they are integrated, intertwined. And so
Mm-hmm.
once you talk in relationships and you mention certain stuff, other things are going to automatically come up. You can't to separate them. You can't mention some things without not mentioning others. So for in terms
The
of
side
building that
effects of
trust, yeah,
distrust.
the wives are to be respectful. So if you don't trust if your wife consistently disrespect you, as a man, you know right away that she's not supporting you or you need the support. So you're not trusting her, trusting to share stuff with her. Ephesians 5:33 says, the latter part says, and the wife see that she reverence her husband. Some words are used to describe what the wife should do and as it
Words
relates to
like
her
that
husband.
offensive.
Reverence.
Go
When you
reverence one
think of
man.
reverence, you think of reverence. And you know, I don't have a problem when an unbeliever have issues with this. The problem is when it's the believers
Mm-hmm.
who up in arms over these terms. Because, the same scripture telling that wives should submit to their husbands in all things,
Hmm.
all things. And the wife must see that she reverence her husband. Reverence, same word used when we talk about having reverence for God.
Wow.
I wonder if as we close, I was speaking with someone today, and discussion of how marriages in Christendom are deteriorating or failing, challenges. The discussion of the sexless marriages came up, and the
Mhm.
locking of shop by a spouse.
That
And
is a serious one.
you know what this woman, so woman said, they are from a particular denomination. I will not say anything else.
Oh
But here's
boy.
what she said. She said, if she doesn't believe in the locking of shop,
Mm.
husband must have access regardless of how she feels and so forth. And
Mm.
but just as to tie it into here, what we're talking about here as trust, it means she's trusting her husband that even though he has access anytime he wants, he's not going to abuse it and come for it every time. Him going give her a break, and if one day she might say, boy, or give her a little sigh and thing, he might say, all right, may I give her a break tonight, or she's trusting him, or even if
Mm.
he's going to take opportunity every time, that he's going to do it in such a way that she's not discomforted in any great
Mm.
deal.
Mhm.
He's not gonna just jump on it, him going to make sure him take him time. So even though, because the thing is, it's still a physical act, and she might not
Mhm.
feel it, but he can
Mhm.
work her body into the point at which the body is receptive
Mhm.
of it. The stimulation that he gives would allow her to not feel so dry and rigid and whatever. He finds a way to. She said she don't deal with that. And if it happens and it is taken to the elders,
Rah. Yes, sir.
the elders will step in if
Mhm.
it is reported that this is taking place.
Okay.
I said, Jano,
Accountability.
why that can't work, And
Every
here's
part
the,
of Christendom.
here's the little secret we know are really taught. They are not really what we would say children of the light by some of their beliefs. It's one of those
Oh.
denominations, faiths that we are that is quite questionable. But this
Oh.
but they are but this is a principle they live by. And we are talking at this to the modern Jamaica.
Mhm.
I mean I say, wow.
The feminist world that we live in.
I said, wow. Here it is. We who have the light, have the scriptures. But anyway, we're going to have to wrap it up here because we have gone over time and we have just touched on the building of trust. Here, we have mentioned faithfulness, being faithful, love protects, and also love helps to build trust, honesty, and truthfulness. And we looked at
Mm.
how the husband loves, that helps to build that trust, and how the wife respects, reverence her husband, also helps to build trust. Mutual honor and respect create emotional safety and strengthen trust within the marriage. We never get to touch the big ticket one, which is fidelity, which is keeping yourself for your spouse, sexual faithfulness. Um, but definitely, this one cannot be missed when we come about and talk about breaking trust. So next week, we're gonna look at breaking trust, and we will try to get the breaking and the rebuilding covered in that session.
Yeah.
Breaking and rebuilding trust. No, it's so in a way, because it's not like we're sending people out to break it, to rebuild it. But we're just saying when it is broken, it can be rebuilt. So we'll look at that next week. Right here, Man and Man Talk on NRP Media and Radio. What do you have to say, Trevor, as we sign out?
Well, I say tune in next week. As we continue this hot topic. And it's not we say it's hot. You guys know it's hot. Unless people stop get married. Right? So tune in next week and we want to hear your views next week. We want people to be calling in. We want to hear those WhatsApp messages. Yeah.
All right. So next week on Man and Man Talk, we will be looking at breaking of trust in marriage and how we can go about rebuilding. All right. Thank you for our listeners out there. We didn't get any response today, but I know some of you might be lining up next week when the flame going to turn up 7 times hotter, like Nebuchadnezzar and the 3 Hebrew boys. Yeah. So, and hopefully next week we will have our third wheel. Marlon Frey Fraser joining us. We definitely missed his input tonight, but we managed to take it to the end. And want to say big up to our producer in studio, Miss Nash, and to all our listeners out there. Have a good night. We're signing out from Man and Man Talk right here on NRP Media and Radio. And it is just about 20 minutes after the hour of 10. Do have a good night. Join us next time right here, same time on NRP Media and Radio, 8 to 10 p.m. Thursdays. Good night. Let's see that.
No Religious Partnership Media and Radio presents Let's Talk Worship and Music, The Experience. Live on NRP Radio every Monday evening from 8 to 9:30 p.m. Join the team of Omar Tomlinson, Trevor Singh, Marlon Fraser, alongside Leon Nash as they delve into the various issues relating to this crucial aspect of church ministry. It's an experience you do not want to miss. The National Religious Partnership Media and Radio presents Let's Talk Worship and Music, The Experience. Live on NRP Radio every Monday evening from 8 to 9:30 p.m. Join the team of Omar Tomlinson, Trevor Singh, Marlon Fraser, alongside Leon Nash as they delve into the various issues relating to this crucial aspect of church ministry. It's an experience you do not want to miss.